Happy Wednesday, everyone. Uh, it's a hell of a time. My thoughts are with everything going on with people right now in the world, but yeah, let's do something a little bit different this morning. So I've gone through and downloaded. Hey, Dirty Renard, thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate it. Hope you had a good stream. So I'm gonna have a look at some of the very first games from a lot of the top and active players that are still playing today. I was actually quite surprised to see how many of them are actually from season one, and we'll see quite a few of the names in a bit. So there's about, I would say, maybe 20 to 30 replays, so it should be kind of interesting to see. It doesn't include everyone that's currently playing. If you played in season one and your replay doesn't seem to be covered here, feel free to ping me and I can look it up. I literally just quickly browsed through the top 200 of season one and grabbed the names that I sort of recognized. But to start it off, I don't like, making fun of players without making fun of myself first. The point of this is just to demonstrate that when the game first came out, a lot of the kind of well-established strategies and I guess the meta, if you like, hasn't really been established yet. So you'll actually see quite some funny things. I haven't looked at any of these games bar a couple of matches between myself and Palestrina in season one. So I plan to start with a couple of those games just so you can get an idea of the mindset of going back to season one, how that looks. It's very different to how things are now, and there's a whole bunch of reasons for that, which will become evident when we get into the replays. But yeah, so first off, there's I don't know, there's a couple of games between myself and Palestrina I'll open up with just to have a look at it, and then I can show my first game and then get into the first games of other players in the ladder, just to give people a chance to funnel in while we get into that. So it should be good. I'm looking forward to seeing these games. So let's get into it. It is a little bit finicky with the replay system. So bear with me as we switch between players. Nothing is really ever straightforward, but we'll see how it goes. So yeah, the first match here, the 27th to the 6th, going back to June. Should be interesting. Let me knock on the music in the game. Hey Bronze, hey Blackie, good to see you in chat. Watch your game with me versus DK and Green Acres. Yeah, see the problem is it's very difficult to find very specific games unless they're linked, right? I can go through players' histories and see their matches from season one, but to be able to dig it out is a different story, right? But yeah, let's get into it. Let's have a good old laugh. So season one maps, very different obviously to the current map pool. Here we have Red Sands. Quite an interesting map. Two spawns, left v right. In this situation, we got Danku on the right. It's something straight away that you'll notice. Danku playing is Nod here. During season one, a bunch of my games, I think it was like 50 or 60 of them ended up being Nod, which is kind of funny looking back at it. Doesn't look symmetrical is an understatement. The spawns of this map changed, so I can't remember if it was always just these two spawns, but quite a popular one that ended up being used was the spawn up here and a spawn down here. I think it was in season one as well. Similar to Green Acres, how you can have different sided spawns on the same map. But yeah, so these are like some of the really early games, right? So actually knowing what you're doing is kind of out the window, and quite a lot of it is a bit of guesswork. But yeah, like some of the stuff like blocking pathing of refs and having such tight chokes here isn't less than ideal, but it's okay. Looking at vision, yeah, looking at scouting of both sides would be quite funny. Sending a single scout, always interesting. Palestrina on top of his game. Like, I just thought it was quite funny. Like how different the players are playing now compared to this, and you'll see for yourself in terms of the quality of the matches. I might just fast forward through some of these Palestrina games just so we can get into the other players. But yeah, so straight away you can see rocket men pouring out from Danku. Nice tight airstrip on the right hand side. Season 1 ladder, you had this cargo plane issue, right, where it wasn't regularized, so you have to wait for this plane to land, right, until your unit drops. As it kind of currently plays, they evened it out so that if you are spawning on this side, the plane will spawn here and roughly land the same time here and here. But in Season 1, whoever had the right side had a huge advantage in terms of getting their units first. So a lot of these maps were hugely biased towards right side nod players. It's kind of where the idea of the luck spawn stuff came in, and it made the balancing of the maps quite different. I think especially, you know, Green Acres played very differently for nod v nod. Obviously the right hand side had such a huge difference. Imagine playing top right versus top left versus bottom left. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, there are actually positions in some of the UF30 maps where you'd have spawns here and here, which are similar to some of the ladder maps too, where you'd crawl into this and you crawl into this, and then you'd look to crawl into here, or if you're up here you could move your construction yard maybe here, crawl to here, here, and then crawl all the way down to here. But yeah, if we have a look at like the general kind of build orders that are in place, like here you actually have 3 ref, which isn't bad for back in June. You have an airstrip. This looks like low power, but aside from that, it's not the worst. The rocketmen here are probably likely in response to some Apache cheese that were going on the ladder at the time. It's hard to say for sure. Army composition, buggies and bikes, kind of standard still today for a lot of nod players. Meanwhile, Palestrina is having a bit of a rough time. Just to quickly scan back. So we see 1 power plant, 2 ref, has an airstrip. Looks like it's an MCV cell. Yeah, MCV cell going on here. So flooding quite a bit of money. He's able to pump out a huge army. Let's skip forward just a bit. You can see the army size here is greatly reduced, and there's quite a lot of bunkering, right? Like, you're just sitting here doing nothing with your units, whereas Palestrina is playing much better, right? The other disadvantage of this map is that, like, obviously not units these spawns anyway have a bit of an advantage where they can come in at this choke, this choke, this choke. Like, you're very exposed in terms of all the different opportunities to get attacked. It's why maps like Quarry are kind of considered more GDI friendly, in that you've got like 1 main entrance to your base, right? So seeing some harassment here, lose a ref. Seeing some harassment down here. Skip forward a bit. So you have army engagements here. You'll see 0 micro, at least from my side. Palestrina is slightly better. But yeah, you start to see some of the downfalls for this map, right? Like, you run out of your tip here. You have to start long distance mining up here and here if you haven't crawled with your refs. Skip forward a bit. Another small engagement. So at this point, Palestrina is likely to win it. I think I'm gonna say he probably does. Yeah, here he comes in to finish the job. So yeah, that's kind of a quick look at what the standard of these matches might end up looking like. Like I said, I haven't looked at a lot of the games that we're gonna see. There's 1 more Palestrina game I can have a look at, and then pop into some of the other players' games. Eye of the Storm. No MCV sell, yeah, not for me at least. Palestrina did back then, which is interesting to note. At this time, I had not looked at other players' replays. I didn't know who was good or not. It was likely I hadn't played a lot of them either. Possibly, I think, having a look back to the replays, the first decent player I actually came up against on ladder was Val. I think it was like my 20th or 30th game or something. But yeah, so here we have another Season 1 map, Eye of the Storm. So 2 spawns. You could have bottom right v top left. Or you could have top right versus... I think you could have top right versus bottom left. It's been a long time. So player in the bottom right. Danku playing his GDI here. Immediate CY deploy, it wasn't the standard meta at the time. What ended up happening was players would move this up to about here-ish, I'd say. And then end up getting this field with a crawl. Palestrina also going for the immediate deploy. What players tended to do later on was move the construction yard to about here. It allowed you to get these 3 tip fields a bit easier. If we have a look at division, you can see there's some scouting going on. It's quite difficult with this map because there are 2 essential choke points that split the top of the map and the bottom of the map, and that's here. Essentially, you're going to have a situation where this is like the contested terrarium field in the game. So you're going to have this player would often crawl towards this choke and set up, you know, static defenses or whatever. Whereas this player would have to figure out a way to break through it and come in and attack. It was quite difficult for the bottom right player to be able to crawl all the way over here and kind of bunker down, if you like. It's just sort of a messy situation. And you're going to see one of the worst crawls in your life in a couple of seconds here. This is pretty spectacular to see. But yeah, so you got 1 war factory, 2 ref, not greatly positioned. Over here, Palestrina's got 2 slightly better refs, has the airstrip up. And you're seeing silos here, which are actually blocking this entrance at the moment. Some Humvee action going on. Should really use that for scouting. There it goes. You wonder why we don't have redeployable MCVs in the game? To be honest, I kind of like not having them on the ladder. It forces you to actually be more aware in terms of your building placement. Like I guess the Tetris effect, if you like, of how important that is, and the advantage and disadvantage it can give you in games is kind of huge. Like if you look at anybody who knows a map and their build order versus someone who doesn't, it adds a nice element of strategy to it, right? It's kind of like, I guess, if like it's not quite the same, but if you were playing a chess game and you could like randomly move your king, right? Like it's the most important building you have. It's quite powerful to be able to redeploy it. It would have helped a bunch with a lot of the cheese that happened in Season 1, which you'll get to see some of in this game. So I'm happy to shame Palestrina on that. I laughed so hard when I watched this replay back and saw it happen. We'll get to that. Tube 3 has it? Yeah. In ladder, that's cool. That's interesting. You can say there were different games. I can't speak to it back in the online scene of 95, 96, 97. Like I wasn't playing it online at the time. And there wasn't really an official ladder as such, as far as I know. But yeah, here you're seeing some big brain plays. Trying to figure out a way to get to here. At the time, I had no idea. So this was some solution that I'd hacked together. So silo crawls is pretty interesting. Should sell these straight away after getting a comm center. Putting it here is dumb. Like it's kind of blocking this as well, which you need for your harvesters to get in the mid to late game to this tip field. Seen some sandbag action going on here because you can't fit a silo in. Absolutely beautiful crawl. With, I believe, an intention to get an HET in this position, which was not standard at all. With the thinking being that if you have an AGT there, you're able to contest this a bit better. So you have an AGT here, you can destroy their harvester, and they have to come all the way around here or around here to actually attack into it. And here we have a very special unit. This is an APC with 2 engineers. Back in Season 1, no prerequisites to build this. Don't need a repair bay, you can just get it out the gate. In it comes. As GDI, there's very little you can do to prevent this from getting into your base. Your Grens are going to get squished. You could have a few tanks positioned, you might be able to snipe it, but even if you destroy the APC, the units inside it survive, right? So a common thing might be to use guard towers or a bunch of Humvees to try and snipe it, or guard towers positioned around your construction yard to try and get the engineer once it pops out. There we see a badly positioned guard tower. Humvee's gonna get it. Just about managed to get the engineers, selling the guard tower afterwards. It's interesting in this map because those chokes are so small that the mid-game GDI tended to have I would say a slight advantage trying to break this choke because the medium tanks are so much stronger than any individual one unit that Nod has here. But once you break out into here, you're kind of screwed. Hey, War Machine, good to see you. You changed your name? What's that about? It's actually good to be able to recognize it. So yeah, 3ref. Actually, I don't know if I have your games from Season 1 War Machine if you were playing back then. I might do, we'll see. If not, I can dig it up at a different time. Let's see. So this is kind of a bit unusual, trying to have anti-scouts here. It's maybe just be a lack of map knowledge because there's no way for the player to get past you, right? Except for here and here. But again, like if you're not familiar with the maps, you don't also have the map preview in this back in Season 1. So when you start into a game, you literally start here and you're surrounded by desert, and you have to, you know, make sure that you know what map you're on and all this kind of nonsense. Which is why quite a lot of new players just immediately deployed their MCV. Oh, cool, we're getting a crash straight out of the gate. This is fantastic. That's a new low, but okay, cool. But to give a summary of what happened in the rest of that game, basically it plays out where the GDI player is able to break through the choke with the Grens and the meds. Palestrina has a hard time defending it, and then Dan manages to win the game in the end. Okay, let me just stop this game from running, as even though it's crashed and closed, it seems to still be running. Why? There we go. Okay, we're getting back into it. I just had a decent game at rank 12, 4, 5, blah, 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 whoever that is. Rank 12, it's probably Xeno or someone, right? It might have been a case during your game that it didn't register War Machine. If you load up the replay, the name might appear in it. I'm not sure. It's Rashnagger. There you go, War Machine. Cool. So, let me open up my replays. Delete these ones. That's cool, and we can start getting into Season 1 games. Blackie, you're here, so we can look at yours since you're actually here at the moment. Here we go. Alright, the first game I found with Blackie versus VictVicX. I haven't seen these, so I can't speak to their quality. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about this. The very start of the game, season 1, you started with units. Uh, Back when I started, I think I started slightly after this was patched out, but you actually started with units, which is amazing. But yeah, here we have VictVicX versus ZA Blackie. Immediate CY deploys on Green Acres. I think it was his first season 1 ladder rank game that I could find. Also noticed the game speed. I believe at the time this is on normal, not fast. So let's have a look and see what happens. I have no idea. This is really interesting. So sending the scouts out.
Unit ready.
Ready and wait.
Building.
Oh no, Blackie! Are we gonna see Apache cheese from Blackie? What is this? What is this? Exposed! Oh, holy shit, that's funny. Hey, Luna, good to see ya. Oh, here come the boys! Here come the boys!
Building.
And of course, back in season 1, you could force fire into Shroud too. I'd say you didn't know that, so he's going in casually with the attack, using the starting units to help bolster it. And we're also seeing a nice horizontal base crawl here with the Apache 2. Good to see, good to see. Cracking game. You can cross off medium tanks, take on light tanks, I guess. Wow, okay. Looks like Blackie's gonna take it. It was the first game, so you can go to the C&C.community website, look at the leaderboard, filter it to season 1, and then go to the last page of results, and get the replays from there. That's where I dug up all of these. Some of them had corrupted files, so I had to take the like 10th last game or something like that, which I'll point out when I get to them, but this was the first one that seemed to be there for you, Blackie. You can double check it, but it's definitely one of the earlier ones. But yeah, GG, I guess. Nicely done. Again, quality placement of all this stuff. Like, again, none of us knew what the fuck we were doing, right? So it's quite funny.
Battle control.
You only did this after you got Apache? Yeah, interesting. Again, it might just be what's up on the site. Like, it mightn't go any further back than that. Like, the date on it is the 7th of the 6th, so it would have been back then. Which should have roughly been around the start of the game coming out. So I don't know. But yeah, that's what I have here. So look at the draw. Cool. Now let me just move this. AOD, I see you in the chat. I didn't know you played in season 1. So this ought to be interesting. Let's check out your games. AOD Gaming versus Naya, I guess. And here we're seeing a 25-minute long game on Nowhere to Hide. I don't know. Before we go into it, AOD, do you have any expectations or memories of this? While we wait and see if we can get some reactions from AOD, I'll have a look for that War Machine. Just one sec. If I do, I'll stick it in the list. Search for this. do this. So the only thing I get when I search for War Machine on the Season 1 ladder is this name, which I don't actually think is you, War Machine. Unless, I don't know, it is. If that's you, let me know, then I can pull it out. If not, Machine of War, maybe that'll be it. Good point. Machine of War. This is why you gotta stop changing your names. Machine of War, there's nothing in there for Season 1. Might be Season 2 or something else. If you can, one sec. If you could find it in Magic Mick, try that. Don't see it. What I will say, War Machine, is that if you can find yourself in there, let me know. Just throw me a link and I can dig up the replay. But yeah, AOD, let's get into whatever the fuck this is. So here again we have the starting units. Map nowhere to hide. So if you've never seen this, Season 1 Classic. Still suffered from the nod plane side, so if the nod player was on the right hand side, they got their units dropped in faster than the left hand side. Yeah, starting units and all, it's everything to see here. Let's see how this goes. With both players using their starting units to get some scouting action going on.
Building.
And I see you, Lunak. I have your replay downloaded from Season 1 too. No one gets out alive. Yeah, exactly, Blackie. People didn't know about the forest firing thing at the start of the season. Or really about using the scouting too much, for sure. Like I say, this is why it's funny to watch it, right? Like, no one knew what they were at. And it's not really to you know, take the piss out of anyone in particular, right? Like, everyone was bad. And I think the point to take from this is that, yeah, people who haven't been playing as many games, you know, they can tend to get a bit discouraged in terms of their performance. But when you look at how all the top players originally played, like, it's kind of to be expected, right? Seeing advanced power plants coming out from both AOD and IA, a rare sight these days. Why do not get 2 light tanks and GDI get 1 light tank? That's how the tech worked. I think it's still the same. So 2 light tanks are roughly the equivalent of 1 medium tank, I guess. Yeah, Rocketman in the mix too. Also, the normal play speed is... yikes. Seen some more Rocket Man coming out from AOD. Let's skip forward just a little bit. Alright, we see 2 refs from Nia going for 2 racks as well. 1 ref, 2 ref. AOD sticking on the 1 ref. Quite happy. Has his airstrip up. You know, just chilling. Just chilling. Does have 2 harvesters. So he must have flown 1 in. Interesting strat. I don't know if you had originally played RA, maybe AOD, and that was the way you knew how this stuff worked. I don't know. Comm center tech coming from Nia. Light tanks coming in. Do a little bit of a time skip. Manages just about to hold it off. Coming in with more light tanks. Developing the light tank meta before Tiago was around. AOD kicking ass, taking names. Setting a guard tower up for defensive purposes. Light tanks taking on medium tanks once again. AGT coming into the play from Nia. Not quite sure where you're going. Running away. Check save. Let's get forward a little bit more. Seeing some Orca coming out from the GDI player. Do have a bike on the field to help deal with it. Mining out at the starting tube. This map was heavily not favoured, especially back in Season 1 because you're exposed on all angles, right? It's in the name, nowhere to hide. Some players like to move their construction yard to like positions like this where they have this natural cover at least on one corner of it. But quite often you end up, if you're trying to secure multiple tib fields, that you're like going all the way from top to bottom in terms of your crawl, which would, you know, be impossible to defend all of it as GDI, whereas with Nod it was a little easier. You had buggies and bikes that could run all the way up and down to secure it. But yeah, it was a headache of a map to deal with as GDI. Scum GDI have just enged this map so hard to defend. Yeah, it was very hard to defend from walking engies. That's a good point, Blackie. Sam's side coming down from AOD. Pro level plays. Liking it. Yeah, walking engies on this map was kind of it was a troll thing. Because like you often didn't invest in a comm center, so it would be impossible to keep an eye on every entrance to your base. Like whatever about this spawn position. Speaking of cheesy engineers, what is this? What is this, AOD? Exposed. Exposed. Wow. Wow. Okay. We'll see what happens. We are seeing a repair bay out from the GDI player now. Hey, Cano. I choose your words carefully because I have your replay in here too. Alright, what's the NG going to take? Nia does a full vision and he has a comm center, so he likely has spotted this. Looks like he went for the... He's just repairing his Orca in the repair bay. Denied. Oof. That cat, I have your replay in here too. Good to see you. It was quite weird actually, I think, for yours, that cat. The first few games, I think, were corrupted on this site for some reason. So I had to take like a later one. Alright, switching into the bike meta. Liking it. Your replays are horrible, so mean games with campaign fortresses. Yeah, mine were exactly the same. I don't worry about that. No one comes out of this looking good. I'm gonna skip forward a little bit. Some harvester harass is good, it's good. As you can see, we're 15 minutes into the game. AOD sitting on one ref. Comm center, advanced power plant, SAM site. Seeing it all really. I'm surprised you haven't seen a mammoth tank come out from the GDI player yet. He has a tech for it. Yeah, Rockman pushes OP. Hitting a little bit of pressure here. Manages to hold it off. Goes on the counter offensive. Attacking into the AGT. Not ideal. Seeing Nia on 3 harvesters. Lost one of his... Still has 2 refs. Likely built one. Yeah, seeing a empty APC. Advanced Comm Center. Repair bay coming out from AOD. I'm trying to think, does repair bay give not any tech? I don't think so. Yeah, and you should really sell this comm center when you have the advanced one. Alright, skip forward a little bit. Flame tanks coming into play. Help deal with the infantry. Rocket men being pesky to the bikes. So we have a flanking attack. Going for the harves up top while also putting some pressure on here. But the flame tank is going to clean it up nicely. Running away. Back to the AGT. Iron cannons, the advanced power plant. Ouch. Yeah, I don't know where to hide. OP apparently. I suspect that at this point, I don't know, if AOD engages this, he could lose. If he goes around and starts sniping this stuff out, he wins. There's a mammoth tank, boys. Here come the recons. In they go. Take out the power. Good early map awareness. You are indeed attacking some of his harrows in the top right. Well spotted. By attacking, I mean you've left some tanks there. Attacking might be generous. Strategically positioned, let's say. I'm gonna have to look up to verify who wins this. It'll take 2 seconds. Like with this, GDI should win against this. But you might have just gotten both of his harvesters, so he's kind of screwed. This is the last one there. I think once you get this, he leaves. It's a safe bet. GG.
Battle control terminated.
GG. Let me move this into here. Oh, and Sai has joined the chat. Sai, we got a treat for you. I have a shit ton of these replays to get through, Blackie, so I'm only doing one of these per person at the moment. So yeah, we're just having a look at the first games on ladder. So here we have Sai, starting off. Left side, Tip Gardens, another beautiful Season 1 map. Top we have... Oh, sorry, top we've got Sai. Left we have David Vaughn.uk. Yeah, this is the slow speed. This back when it was normal. Was it normal or moderate? I think it was normal, right? So GDI starting with the medium tank and a single minigunner. Whereas the Nod player has 2 light tanks and a single minigunner. Both players opting for the immediate CY deploy. This map was so broken for so many reasons. It was kind of a Russian roulette in terms of where the spawns ended up. But basically this spawn were just OP because your ref placements could actually be put out here. When you can put your refs out here, it's a lot easier to crawl towards the center and the side tube. You've no Tiberium really in the starting section of any of these zones. And a couple of them you'll know actually have tib trees and some of them don't, which further goes to, you know, demonstrate how broken some of the spawns are. You also have this 2-tile choke, so to help fend off some of the APC NG bullshit that was in Season 1, you dump a silo here or else wall it off, quite literally with units to fend it. Alright, so from side we got 2 ref up. From David we also have 2 ref. No advanced power plants, so we're already a slight step up from AOD's game. Yeah, that's unfortunate, that cat. The other thing to know about this map, of course, is that Nod airstrip. So whoever spawned closest to the right hand side, Nod v Nod, would get units faster. Also by default, these refs, harvester would go here because it's usually like diagonal based pathing when it tries to find it, so it wouldn't directly go over here. Yo, this is not the game where you alt tab to ask what building makes tanks. Maybe. Seeing an early Apache. Couple rocket men, couple flamers, minigunner. It's all good. It's all good. It is. Genius. Amazing. Amazing. Seeing Orca coming out from David. Switch fire onto the infantry halfway through attacking the Apache. Not so sure about that move. GR player going to survive just about. Sai building Apaches. Still no airstrip out yet. Still using Google. There it is. Figured it out. Good man. The question is, what unit does he opt to build? Will he go for bikes or will he go for light tanks? What's it gonna be, boys? Here it comes. Light tanks. Comm center up for David. Third ref up for Sai. More light tanks. Light tank spam. Just Harv going bonkers in terms of trying to figure out its pathing because this is sort of blocked. Also, this Harv, I don't know what the fuck it's doing. AGT up for the GDI player. Currently only a 1 tile choke here now. Also important to note, 2 tiles here, but 3 tiles here. Some more of the fair balance of these early maps. Bikes coming up. Gonna pick off the harp. Down she goes. Some more bikes. Hey, Bolocks. Rocket Man on the attack. Gonna finish off the Harves with his bikes if he can. And at that point, GDI players got no eco. And side's likely to take it. Micro, yeah, next level, man. You had it down. Get wrecked. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit to where you've just destroyed the front defenses. Come in, finish at the base. This guy just decides to wait until you destroy all his buildings, I guess. Maybe some in-game chatting. I don't know, it's probably a long time ago to remember. Do see some buggies coming up as well. Yeah, that's gonna be GG. Good job, Sai. Well done.
Battle control terminated.
We have a look at the resources gathered. We can see even at an early stage, Sai well ahead of the curve. Nicely done. Alright. Who we got next? Let's dig up... Cano's still here, right? Let's embarrass him a little bit. What I can probably do, War Machine, I won't do it now, but I can do something similar for Season 2 and go through all the first games then. Alright. Here we have Cano Manser versus Blackstar 2K on a well-established map. Still in the map pool at the moment. Green Acres. Nod player starting with 2 light tanks, 1 minigunner. Blackstar, GDI player, 1 medium tank, 1 minigunner. Off to immediate CY deploys as expected.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
We got Blackstar opting for the popular PZ build, I guess, these days, where you're going for the ref before the hand and nod, or racks. Both players doing it. Cano, what is this? Shame. It's all good, it's all good. Special tactics, yeah. Alright. Yep, special tactics. I like it. I also like that this probably immediately put you into low power. So nicely done, nicely done. Gotta get that early vision before you can produce units. Crucial stuff. medium tank doing some critical scouting here.
Moving out.
Cano does have some vision, which is good.
Yes, affirmative. Acknowledge. Moving out.
Control group the light tanks. Seeing comm center coming for Blackstar 2K as well. I'm not sure what this is about. Might just be coincidence. I suspect Cano's going for an early strip. The game was slower. It was on normal speed at first, I think. Whereas now it's on fast. There's the strip coming up for Cano. No messing around. And what's his unit of choice going to be? We going to see bikes? We going to see buggies? We going to see light tanks? Weapons factory up for Blackstar. Blackie thinking flame tank? Could be, could be. Here we go, boys. It's a harvester! Nobody wins. Oh, that's good. And there's the bike. It's awesome. Oh, that's good. Yeah, it's kind of going straight for bikes. HETO from the GDI flare. I've seen some Rocket Man coming out from Blackstar. Kind of obviously game for more A1. Also, even the Harvey AI then was a little bit funky. I think it was just pausing to get into the ref, but it seems to fix itself. Not too bad. This is going to be kind of tough to break. Seeing the advanced power plant out. Advanced power plant. Sees the AGT, pushing back. Going for light tanks now. Second airstrip up. This is quite advanced. Spamming the light tanks. Tiago will be very happy. Seeing harvesters coming out from Blackstar now. Currently has 3 harvesters out for 1 ref. Make of that what you will. It's a single bite that got in here. Doing some harassment damage. Pulling his tanks back to deal with it, opening up the front of his base. Pro level plays. Working harvesters, yeah, a rare sight these days, right? Don't prefer the current speed? I think the current speed is much better for a modern RTS experience. But I think it was more the fact that they only did it because it was requested on the ORA side, and they didn't give any communication to the TD ladder about it, so people were just surprised one day, I think. It was like halfway through the season or something, they just changed it. It was like, okay then. You're impressed by yourself? You should be. Look at this. You got the base crawl going on. You got a ref in the center. You got 4 halves out. You got 3 ref. 3 ref, 2 strip. It's like an early version of the Stony build, right? Iron Cannon up for Blackstar. The speed was perhaps better for beginners. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was the speed that was used back in the day, right? I think, yeah, I mean, I think overall it's better to have a faster play speed. Like the fast speed is pretty good. Going any faster than the fast speed is probably, you know, too fast, I guess. It's fun when you're doing customs occasionally if you want to fly through a map, but yeah. See an engagement here. Light tanks take on medium tanks once more. You are on 3 ref, Cano. Now, that said, it was on the 1 tip field, but it's still good. This is pretty close to this one too. Nicely done. I think that's an admirable performance from Cano.
Battle control.
I'd be happy with that. All right. Next up, we got Lunak. Against Jute 1982. Now we got a 4-minute game. Wait, this can't be right. This can't be right. Let me check something. Playing heavy metal in season 1 would be impressive. Give me a sec, I'll dig it up. I have the right one here. Heavy metal season 1 would be impressive, right? Got it here. 2 seconds. Go into this. Go into this. He controls the past. Yeah, he does. Alright, here we go. Lunak versus Chris Carr. Looks good to me. Let's give it a look. Was Greenacre season 1? Yeah, it was. Greenacre is true and true. Alright, here we're seeing the alternate spawn positions on this map. Red Sands. So you have a spawn here and a spawn here. This is the more preferred one for tournaments and stuff, rather than the map we saw earlier with myself here and Palestrina here. Up to fast speed. Yeah, at this point the game was patched. No starting units, fast speed. Yeah, so Luna could have... he might have had practice. This is the earliest game he seemed to have on the ladder though. So this is what we have to work with. Let's have a look. Got 3 ref up from Chris Carr. We got 2 ref up from Lunak. This is already, the building placement and stuff is looking quite good. Done some proper digging. They're I don't know, they're fun to look at, right? Again, like the point is not to shame people, but it's more interesting, like just to know that the you know, the active players and the, you know, some of the higher level players, when they started out, like they were doing You know, the same kind of basic errors that people new to the game now would be doing, right? So it's important to know that everyone comes from somewhere and that it takes time to get used to the meta and do decent build orders. Except Sai, who was owning from the start. I mean, you were kind of biased though, Sai, right? Like, you had a background in the other games. Yeah, pro play, tax power plant. I like it, Lunik. I like it. I mean, this build is fairly solid. Like, this is clearly, I don't know, like, I'd say this is probably halfway through the season. Maybe you watched a couple of replays and had an idea of what the placement was like. You still don't know about units in this game? Yeah. I mean, you knew what a bike was, and that's all you needed, right? NG coming out from Lunik. And an APC. What is this, Lunik? Shame! Shame! Boo! Boo! And not just one, two. Gotta get the second NG. And the flamer, just for good measure. Why not? Ethan confirmed, indeed. Getting an Apache up too. Meanwhile, over here, we got 4 ref, 2 strip going on. APC looking to come in this way. Seeing the Apache doing some harassment. APC looks like it's not quite able to make it through here. It's going to get the hand and nod and going to get the strip. Of course, remember, Season 1, there was no prerequisite to APC. You could just build it at the gate. Got his opponent on low power. The light tank's coming out. Chris opting to go for a life-saving comm center. Here come the light tanks.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir.
Doing some more Apache harassment, dropping a flamer in. In they come. It was quite a tricky map in terms of actually being able to break into your opponent's base. And like, you had this choke here, and you had this choke here. What players tended to do was move the construction yard down to here and try to get refs here, here, and here. I think on this side, what tended to be the preferred option was to get refs. Like, you move your construction yard maybe up to here and get refs here, here, and then do like a silo crawl later on over to here. Do you think you played 10 games of C&C before playing Red Alert 1? Yeah, that's fair. This is nicely done by Lunik. I got a SAM site coming in to deal with the Apache. Second strip up. Pumping out the light tanks. Well done, Lunik. I think it's the best game we've seen so far.
Terminated.
Alright, who else is in chat at the moment? There's a lot of replays here I can dig out. Oh, I see a hiding Crexus in the chat. Alrighty, let's dig up his replay. Alrighty. 6th to the 6th, 2020. Lunik. I only have downloaded the first games for most of the players. I can look at that at a different time. So Nowhere to Hide, 3 minutes 54 seconds. Krex is playing his Nod against Tanji on Nowhere to Hide, it looks like. Top right versus the left. Again, not really symmetrical spawns on this map. Both players with the starting units. Normal speed. All very casual.
Yes, unit.
Krex is going for the ref first. Looks like we're going to see something similar from Tanji. Any second now.
New construction options.
There's the first ref coming out from Tanji. Bit delayed, but you know, he can still hang in here. Meanwhile, Krex has got his units out scouting.
Construction complete.
Seen some Rocket Man coming up from Krexus.
Yes, sir. Vehicle reporting.
Unit ready.
Pretty good scouting going on.
Building. Unit ready.
Tanji has a racks up, so he can produce units now, but he's not. Currently capped at 7.4k. Gonna try deny the scout here. Not gonna be able to do it. Here comes full vision.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Building. Unit
Seeing
ready.
advanced power plant play from Tanji. Army's starting to move in. I think we can see where this is going. Just skip forward a little bit. Army's still on the move. Here they arrive. Opponent does have a war factory up. That's going to have a hard time dealing with this army of light tanks, minigunners, and rocket men. Seeing an NG coming up too. Likely for an APC to come out. And that's going to be GG. Nicely played, Krex. Nicely played.
Battle control terminated.
All right. We can have a look at my first game now. I haven't seen this yet. All right, first time we're seeing this map. 4 corners. Absolutely shit map. There's no other way around it. You have a little bit of tib in the center. There are 4 corners, each with their own tib. Player spawns tend to be opposite from what I remember, so you either start here, here, or here, here. You have an option if you're on the right hand side to actually build into this little section here. You don't have sufficient space here to do that. this is like a 2 to 3 tile gap on each side. So if you run units in here, you risk them getting blocked off in the chokes by the Nod opponent. But yeah, let's check it out. Also, we're noting Danku playing his Nod. Holy shit, I forgot about this. You can actually spawn beside each other. I guess they didn't set directly opposite spawns, so you can actually spawn here and here too. Okay, that's wild. Alright, let's see how this goes. There's a Danku spawning as Nod. The right hand side. The top we got our colleague, I think it was Eli.
Moving out.
Currently having no idea where the Tib is, probably going on a mission to try find it.
Moving out.
Like, look at
Yes, sir.
this.
Affirmative. Vehicle reporting out. Yes, sir. Moving out. Acknowledge.
Deploying right next to the Tib so you can't get a ref here. In comes a medium tank. The first thing you learn about TD in your game was that zombies are shit. Yeah, they're not great. Seeing an NG coming up from the opponent here.
Unit reporting.
Tanky probably doesn't know how to deploy. You're not wrong. I didn't know the hotkey for it anyway at this time, that's for sure. Not sure where he's running his engineers to.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Just out of the way of the early aggression, I guess. Seeing Rocket Man coming up. Minigunner's gonna be able to deal with that. Alrighty. Seeing the first ref up. Yeah, so there was a period during season 1 when I first got the game. I was just playing whatever. I think there's about 50 games or something in season 1 of me playing Nod. None of which I have any memory of. Seeing the Rocket Man coming in now to finish off that one medium tank. Spamming minigunners. No airstrip in sight. Boom, one shot. These are gonna die to the minigunners. Micro. Move. Run. APC. Like, why are you building an APC? The base is right there. Like, you could have walked them all the way around this way if you were arsed and just captured it there, but alright. Fine, build the APC, why not? Can't believe I got fucking APC engineered in the first game I played. Yeah, rockets are slower than rifles. They would never have been able to escape. But you still gotta make the effort. I can't believe this happened on my first game. Fuck my life. Still no airstrip up either. Floating 2.5k.
Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, Roger. Yes.
Unit ready.
Reporting you. Got it. Reporting
Rip.
you.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Waiting order. Got it. Reporting you. Got it.
New construction.
Yes, sir.
options.
God damn it.
Yes, sir. Moving out.
And airstrips up with an artillery to deal with the guard towers. Interesting. Yeah, that There you have it.
Battle control terminated.
There we have it. That was painful. God. Oh, here's one. Who wants to see Burn 15's first game? Let's see how far back the cheese originated. Taking place on Green Acres. Let me go back. I missed the colors. I don't know. These earlier replays seem to be missing some metadata or whatever. So he's the blue nod player. Yes, he used to be a decent nod player. Yeah, I remember vaguely having good games against him. Like, he does occasionally do macro games on ladder still these days, but it's very rare. First game was season 2, by the way, not season 1. Yeah, I know, you mentioned it. Like I say, I can check it out some other time, for sure. It'd be interesting to see the difference between all the players on their first games of season 2 compared to season 1. Yeah. Light tanks doing some scouting. Burn 15 so far, fairly standard opening.
Construction complete.
Going for 2 ref versus 2 ref up here. Man, it's wild seeing the starting units. I totally forgot that was a thing. 3 ref from the opponent. Sells a ref. Let's get forward a little bit. See an airstrip coming up for burn. Ah, seeing the Apache cheese from the opponent. Second ref sell. Moving it over here. In comes the scout from burn. Now crawling outwards.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Are we going to see some
Affirmative.
force fire cheese? No. He's going to scout it manually with the units landing.
Unit reporting. Moving out. Yes, sir. Moving out. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Seeing Rocket Man coming up.
Reinforcements have arrived.
As soon as he gets vision of the structure, he's attacking it. Is he gonna get it? He is. Ouch. What does bunker noob mean? M3 says it a lot. Basically means that you're just holding up in your base with a bunch of static defenses. Pretty much any time he loses, he blames it on that. Seeing the halves going all the way around to here. It's interesting. Yeah, exactly what War Machine said. I'm gonna skip forward a little bit. You can see that Burn is expanding towards the center. His opponent massing light tanks. Still having the 3 Apache. Solo campaign style, exactly, yeah. Burn in a bit of trouble here. That's a good point, Lunik. I guess it would have been Season 2 more of the Forest Fire cheese stuff. Might have been at the end of Season 1, I don't really remember. Let's get forward a bit. Not looking good for our hero Burn here. Opting to snipe the harvesters. It's a good move. Has the MCV cell, of course. And it's pretty close. I mean, still has his harvesters here. So the harvesters here. They're long distance mining though, which is a pain. Sold the helipads, only has the 1. The micro. Yeah, at this point it's Burn 15's game. GG.
Battle control terminated.
Well played. I just need to run to the bathroom for 2 seconds. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna set up a poll in the meantime. And you can choose which replay you want to watch next. This one. Cool. Nice. Okay, I'll be back in 2 seconds, guys. Feel free to vote in the poll. We'll get around to most of them anyway. Let me... turn that off. Put this back on. Cool. Back in a sec. Alright, I'm back. Show us PZ, you got it. And PZ. PZ, playing as GDI. Alright. Interesting, straight away. Green Acres against Gartron. GDI mirror matchup, 8 minutes. 5th of June. Let's have a look. So we got it with the starting units. Both players instant deploying. PZ was the gold GDI, right? Just to confirm.
Battle control terminated.
Yep, gold GDI. Cool. The meta will become boring. Ramos said that the meta will always evolve, and PZ said the meta won't change from now on. It's an interesting one. Like, I think this game has quite a core fundamental that there's only so much you can do. So there is a limit to the amount of changes that you can make. But that said, I think it's always going to vary. And I think it'll also depend on the playstyle of the current ladder. So if people on ladder are doing, you know, specific builds, like, I don't know, like 3-Rev 2 War Factory or something, you're going to have the majority of people doing it. But you're also going to have people who then come up with the most effective strategies to counter that. And that's just an example of existing builds, right? That can change over time. People's playstyles will adapt. It's kind of like the reason why playing the RTS, like playing C&C online now, is very different to how it would have been 20 years ago. There's so much influence from different... there's so much influence from the different other RTS games that people come up with different ideas of playing it. So it's interesting. But I think there is still room for the meta to be mixed up. I don't think that it has an infinite number of possibilities. Eventually it'll stop, right? Because the game is simplistic in nature, but we'll see. I think there's still room for improvements and changes and things. And it also depends on the maps, right? If the maps change or if they stay the same, it's going to influence how effective certain strategies and things are. Hey Rambo, good to see you. And Hateful, good to see you. And Kira as well, good to see you. I can have a look at Rambo and Kira's games next. But here we have PZ, actually playing his GDI on a ladder in his first games. Don't forget starting units. Save your first game for later. No worries, Rambo, will do. So yeah, GDI. Things to remember about Season 1. Game speed on normal. Starting units. Most of the maps were not great. Green Acres, the only map that's been in all 3 seasons, I want to say. Interesting map to look at. It's Monkey in the Middle. Yeah, for sure, Kira. All I've done for this is grab the first replays from a lot of the top players just to have a brief look at what the initial matches look like. I want to say there's a couple Monkey in the Middles in there, but we'll see. But for sure, like when people first came across Monkey in the Middle, they hadn't a clue what to do, right? Some pretty aggressive base building here from PZ. He's going for 4 ref as a war factory up. His opponent on 3 ref has a war factory up. Coming in with the rocket men as well, of course. Blue has a lot of power plants. He sure does. He sure does. Look, people were still figuring out what the game was, let alone how to play competitively at the time. You can easily tell PZ is yellow because he can move his units while the opponent is lagging so hard and selecting them takes a few minutes. I mean, that may be part of it, yes. It's PZ versus some unknown player. PZ playing as yellow. I'm gonna say that Rambo is, of course, thinking that the meta is still adaptable and changeable. Was that season slower than the actual season? It was. It was on game speed normal. Hey, PZ. Watching your beautiful GDI play here. I don't know. How do you what do you make of your build order here, PZ? You got 4 ref, you got a war factory, you've got an orca up. Oh, it is me. Yeah, it is, PZ. That's your first game that I can find. This is season 1, baby. The one with starting units, normal game speed, rocking it. Didn't know you played CDI back then. I think the problem, Bolux, is that the active players don't look to actively improve their strategies or improvise or try out new tactics. The current players on ladder, for the most part, adopt the meta that's currently been developed. Very few players actually spend time playing out the maps from a strategic and potential strategy perspective and working out what actually might counter what and how else you can optimize your eco versus production and stuff like that. Not to say the players don't, but it's less, I would say it's less frequent now than it used to be. GG, nicely done, PZ. PZOP.
Battle control terminated.
Since he's here, we can have a look at Kira's game. Against Miser J, playing as GDI on Green Acres. 90% of current meta came from Kira Cracks. I would say that they were also influenced by other players. I think it's unfair to say it was just down to those 2 players. Definitely DK had an influence. I would say Love Handles had a big influence as well in terms of some of the GDI strats that ended up coming up. Flare 2, RD did a lot of weird influential stuff. One Alias did some interesting things too. But in terms of really establishing it, I think I would agree that between Crexus, Kira, Sai, and DK are the ones who have primarily developed it. Let me just check.
Battle control
Cause
terminated.
I don't know who's who. So the gold GDI player is Kira. Okay. All right. So immediate deploy from Kira. Yeah, apparently you're playing GDI, Kira. Looks like the opponent moving his MCV. Likely just trying to scout where the tib is, I would say, more than anything else.
Building.
Got it. Affirmative.
Sending out the med tank scout. Ironically, this is what a lot of players kind of can do now, is move their MCV from here to here. Usually they would go up here instead. This isn't horrible, but I think this is just to play bunker noob style. Meanwhile, Kira going straight for 2 ref before a barracks. 3 ref before a barracks. Very ballsy, I like it. Meanwhile, we just have a construction yard deployment here. That's true, you don't need the racks at the starting units. It's a good point. So long, tip field. Hello, long distance mining. There's the war factory coming up. Harvester is now having a hard time because of the way that the AI works. These might actually go harvest up here instead of this tip field, which looks like they're doing. This is why this top right spawn sucks, by the way. Like, the harvester pathing mid to late game is just, it'll go straight for this tip field instead of some of the more closer stuff later on. It's just a headache. Seeing a repair bay coming out from the opponent before a strip. I suspect we might see an APC NG cheese here if they manage to get a strip up before Kira destroys them. There's the racks after the war factory. Yeah, even if the harvest path normally there's less money. Sure. Oh yeah, you didn't need a repair facility. That's a good point as well, actually, PZ. I don't know what the fuck this is about then. This might have been a hotkey mistake. By default, the service bay is on N and the ref is on M. So they might have just selected that. I don't know. Yeah, cool. See you, Rambo. I'll hold off on your replay till you get back. Yeah, or a first time player. True. True. Unlucky ref placement. Unlucky. Has the comp center up? What will we see? A defensive AGT maybe? Or perhaps an ion cannon? I've seen more super weapons in these matches than I have in all of Season 3 combined so far. Turret up. This harvester is going all the way out here to mine. Fantastic. Not seeing any other structures coming up from Kira, so you might just be done. I imagine an advanced comm center would take a long time on normal speed to produce though. But I would also think he put a power before that if he was going to build it. Seeing some infantry coming in here and dying the two. Sam side up. No air in the field. Looks like you sold a ref as well. It's interesting. Yeah, it's gonna be GG. Champion in the making, folks. The gold player is Kira, aka campaign player. Kira's the arrested GI player, Rocket Man. Yeah, that too. Yeah, nicely done, Kira.
Battle control.
Gets results, right? The opponent was someone called Mr. J. So there's a whole bunch of options I can choose from. Is that cat still in the chat? He's not. Who else we got? Let's check out Show Me the Hate. I can show yours if you want, Hateful, sure. So the first game here, 5th of June. Hateful Bait versus Benya Laden. Hateful playing as the blue nod player, top spawn on 4 corners. Benya Laden, the kind of rightish spawn, 4 corners. Yeah, these spawns are real dumb.
We're moving out.
There's the first ref. Like, just look for a second. Like, if you start here, like, what the like, it's your first time playing it. Your like tip fields are like miles away from everyone. Like, it's just such a headache. I mean, I haven't shown yours War Machine because you didn't play in Season 1. And it's the first game of yours that I found on the latter Hateful. So it should technically be. But it's possible there are older ones they just didn't archive. I don't know. The Rocket Man coming out. Yeah, nothing happened here. It was all good. Flamer's coming up. There's the airstrip. GG, Hateful wins. Well played.
Battle control terminated.
3 ref, top right, Green Acres. Nothing's changed. Exactly. Alright, we can take a bit of the pressure off Kira by watching DK's first game. Playing is not, interestingly, against Macross Plus. Nowhere to hide. Left side spawn versus top right. Nod versus GDI. I'm just reading the chat, PZ. I'm just reading the chat. GDI is a DK is a GDI main, mostly Hateful, but you know, we all play different races. Like my first game was with Nod, so there you go. Just seeing the ref first. 2 ref. Wait, what? Hang on, what happened here? Built a ref, sold it. Built another ref. Okay. Weird. I mean, cheap harvester, but like you wait until you have the second ref before you sell the first one, right? Anyway, both players on 2 harvesters, DK on 2 ref. Three ref. Or 3 halves versus 2 ref. 2 halves. Going for the crawl downwards. This is more kind of typical what, I won't say typical, but more like what this map ends up looking like in terms of how the meta played out. People crawled down and along so they could access these small tip fields. Strip up from DK. Has some scouting going on.
Construction complete.
Macross, however, does not.
Unit ready.
Some Rocket Man coming out. Rocket Man pretty popular in Season 1. You have a legit crawl across the map to Rack's turret war build on... What? Sure, okay. I can see that. Seeing Artie coming out from DK, it's interesting. Might have spotted all the infantry. 2 already. Rocket Man popular in season 1 because of the starting things. Yeah, it's not a bad shout, Rateful. Not a bad shout. There's an NG up from the opponent, Macross. Might see an APC coming here. No service depot requirement, so we'll see. 2 NGs. This map, as mentioned earlier, quite difficult to defend. Random NGs popping in at some points down top, down below. Wait to see the APC. It's out of money though. DK floating 3.5k by the way. Advanced power plant from DK. You're sad the DK VODs are disappearing. You should ping him, Kira, and ask him to set them as highlights and they'll stay there. Did I see that right? Oh, don't worry, War Machine. I think I have that. APC getting loaded up. Coming in with the attack force here. Well, by the looks of it, he's going to get APC NG, so he might lose it. Flame tank is up. Vision, there's not a huge amount. DK can see anything below the second half of the map. Fends off the attack. There's the comm center. Yeah, it's a good point here. The bike micro you could manage on this at this speed is probably ridiculous. A lot of flame tanks. Here it comes. Here they are, boys. Gets the advanced power plant. Gonna get a ref. 2 refs. Ouch. Yeah, the priority was getting the advanced power plant. I don't think construction yard. Nah, don't need the production buildings. Advanced power plant, baby. Yeah, it's advanced power. I mean, it's not an advanced construction yard or an advanced airstrip, is it? Flame tanks coming in to wreck the buildings. Looks like DK should win this. Lol. Pog. What? What? Okay. Airstrip cell, comm center cell. What the fuck? I mean, he needs the cash, but he's not building units. There they are. All right. All right, DK. What's the play gonna be? Yeah, it's not even the airstrip for Rocket Man is a choice. This might be a bit tough for DK to beat. I mean, once the units don't get squished by the stealth tank. Oh, and the harvester plays. Ouch. Is DK gonna lose this? DK might lose this. Oh my god, DK's gonna lose this! Oh, no! RIP. He's fucked. Yeah, he was pretty much done after selling the airfield. That's awesome. These replays are gold. It's the start of the PTSD for DK for sure. Was this the reason he switched to GTI? Oh, that's a rip. I mean, it's pretty entertaining, PC. You can't lie. American elections colorized. GG. Well,
Battle control.
we can't win them all, can we? That was amazing. Alright, let's go check out M3 shenanigans. Season 1 M3, what do we got? We got M3 versus Henrik Fischer. Let me just quickly verify that this is correct. Yep, looks good. Cool. So M3 playing as the blue GDI player. Here we have M3 in the top. Bottom left, we got his opponent, Henry. Yeah, M3 is GDI. Who'd have thunk it? Thanks for the bits, April. Opening up with a Rax first, which seems to be a bit unusual for these early games where you start with the units. This was before you knew that not at ABC as well, I guess. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. You just wanted the patch. Hey, it's all good by me. Two ref from Henry. Like, it's so weird that because it's on normal speed, like I can't even guess if he's building a war factory or not because everything just takes so fucking long to build. Alright, I'm gonna skip forward a little bit. Hey, War Machine, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate it. Oh, jeez, guys. Don't need to do that. Thanks so much. Thanks, Hateful, for sharing that sub to Crexus, who's quietly lurking in the background in shame. I can understand it. Alright, we got 3 ref down here. This is actually a reasonably solid build. Now I have 2 matches. Collect them all. Alright, gonna do another skip. What we got going on? This was a big problem on this map, especially the spawn location. Players discovered pretty early on that, well, not early on enough, but if you're playing GDI in this top spawn, it is a nightmare if you start harvesting this tip field because you just can't defend this. You just can't. Like, nah, just come in here, block this choke, destroy all of this. So what players tended to do again was move their CY down here and grab these tip fields instead. Good times. M3's actually blue here, Hateful. Playing his GDI. Yeah, it's a fair point, Bollocks. Like, the thing is, during these hours, people are mostly at work. I tried streaming ladder at this time, and there's just not enough people on to do it. But people are able to actually tune in and watch some of these older games and have a good laugh out of it, so that's why I do it. I am actually hosting a tournament with game replays in 2 weeks on the 14th of November. So you're more than welcome to join that. It'll be all casted here as well. So there is plenty of there's still plenty of active gameplay and things happening in the community, which is good to see. Yeah, it's open to anyone, Kira. If you don't have the link, you can do what is it here? Details are there. I'm seeing 2 war factories from this opponent that M3 is up against. 2 war factories from M3 as well. Alright, so this is becoming a losing situation for gold. As soon as he mines this out, he's screwed. He has to go long distance here and here. Blue player still has a little bit of tip here, but he also has this. Yeah, that was mentioned to me, Kira. Problem with it is there's some 2-player maps and that won't work. Cano has a good track record for his tournaments, to be fair. Yeah, he always puts on entertaining games. Oh, Hateful, thanks so much for the sub, man. Feeling all the support today. Appreciate it, guys. PC. It's okay, PZ. I'm putting you against Rebel Wizard in the first round. At this point, that's like M3 might take the win. AGT. Low power. Does nothing. And at this point, the gold player quits. GG. M3 wins.
Battle control terminated.
War Machine, stop sending me smut while I'm streaming. Oh, that's funny. Okay. That was M3. Interesting games. What else we got? We got... Oh, I was surprised to see this actually. Rebel Wizard played in Season 1. I haven't watched the replay, so let's go check it out. So his first game is against SE Chris, I guess. Nod mirror matchup. He's playing as the gold Nod player. Seeing Chris opt for the refinery first. PZ already asking if he has to dodge. Yeah. That's like 2 ref from both players. You got the airstrip up from Rebel, or from Chris, and also an airstrip up for Rebel. Three ref down from Chris. God, this map was such a pain to play. Interesting to know, Nod mirror matchup. Chris gets units first because he's closer to the right hand side. Season 1 rules. It's like having 2 air, I guess. Sure. 3 ref down from both players now. Seeing boat producing mostly bikes. Seeing some rocket men mixed in here too. Yeah, if you lose versus right, if you left your bot, that's fair. It's so bizarre. Like the first games I played on season 1, like because I primarily played GDI, I never really gave much consideration in terms of the airstrip placement, which was kind of silly at the time. And I'd wonder so often why when I spawned on the left hand side of maps that like I lost way more frequently. But after the fact I kind of soon realized, oh yeah, I guess they are getting their units a lot faster than I am. Take it easy, peasy. It's good to see you. Seeing turrets coming up from Rebel. Bunker noob. Might be the Conyard here. I think it's safe to say there was probably some discussions going on during this game. It's just funny, I don't remember ever playing up against them in Season 1. It is possible he was just as flamey back then. Oh, seeing the NG coming out now. APC likely on the way. Or he loses his entire army. Now he's gonna walk it. Not worth a shot on this map. Bikes are gonna hunt it down though. Jump forward a little bit. Chris still on top. Bikes should be able to take out those turrets as well. Opts to come down here and go for the ref instead. Another turret pops up. Down to one ref now. APC is on the move from Rebel. This is the last bastion of hope. Seeing the MCV is gone here already. Doesn't get the ref. Oof. Chris is gonna take it. Yeah, here I can see the chat popping off in game. But Chris takes it. Unlucky rebel.
Battle control
Unlucky.
terminated.
Alright. Who next? Vicious Kid. Against Smowman 96. Still plays to this day, actually, this guy. So Vicious playing is the blue nod. Spawning the top 4 corners. Against Smowman, the gold nod. Spawning on the right.
Yes, sir.
Construction complete.
Very short game. It's Vicious Kid in blue versus Smowman as gold.
New construction options.
Yeah, Smowman 94 in the ladder at the moment. Oh.
Our base is under attack.
Gonna lose the power plant here. Pops out of the NG. Gonna take the CY. Pretty clear and decisive win from Vicious here. Rip. Smowman pulling it back a little bit. Airstrip up from PZ. Who's Smowman? Smowman. He's just a casual player. He's playing his gold here. Advanced power plant. Blocking the tib. That's game. Vicious takes it. Yikes.
Battle control terminated.
HHH XXX Vicious Kid. Val, let's have a look. Vicious in that game was blue, yeah. Smowman was gold. So Vicious won. Alright, Val's game. Green Acres. She's actually playing his GDI, gold GDI against Blair. So here we have Val, the top of Green Acres. Blair on the bottom. Look at all those noobs picking GDIs they're starting faction. It's so weird, like half the players have switched factions since then. Like my first game was Nod, which is hilarious. Val opting to deploy right next to the tib. Won't be able to get a ref here because of this cliff. Yeah, War Machine knows. Best race. Seeing the one ref down from Blair. Poor Val's gonna have to put her ref here. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Everyone's Nightbot, you doing okay? Blair doesn't play anymore. Power plant ref. There's the ref from Val. Going out on the scouting mission.
Unit ready. Building.
Second ref up from Val. Bless tank here, not doing much. I'm not sure about this. Yeah, it's interesting, Crexus, right? I'll be curious. I have one Alias's replay here too. I'll check it next. I was curious if he actually started his nod. Val putting a guard tower there, very defensive. This Harv having to go all the way around. Val's ref placement. Yeah, it's, you know, for the time it was fine. War Factory. Both players, pretty similar build. Now moving out the tank. Yeah, exactly correct. I've seen worse. Alrighty, let's skip ahead a little bit. Seeing Orca coming from Val. Shot down by the rocket man of Blair. Advanced power plant. Couple of Humvees. Sandbag. For the crawl, it looks like. Not using silos just yet. Orc is sitting over here. Guess it survived. Also up to 3 harvesters. She built one from the War Factory. 4 harvesters. She built 2 from the War Factory. I'd say maybe get a ref out here. We're seeing an advanced comm center from Blair. Iron cannon on the way, boys. Orca going to do some harassment here. We're actually seeing an AGT come out. That's a interesting choice. Is she gonna wall this in? She is indeed. Campaign player right here. You've seen that on your own? Yeah, I saw the screenshot you posted yesterday, Crexus. It's pretty beautiful. This though, this is something. Skip forward a little bit. Val's put her units into position. Also got an APC on the field. APC be good to crush these if we can get in before getting blown up. HET here going to prevent a lot of harassment. And Iron Cannon here would devastate. If you could position it here, you could devastate all the infantry and maybe at the Humvee too. Advanced comm center from Val as well. Interesting. Hoping to get the Iron Cannon, maybe to get the AGT. Couple of power plants here. Looks like the Harves are bugged out for blah. Hey, Final. I actually have your replay here as well if you want to see it. I'm just gonna spend the morning looking through these replays I've downloaded. There's quite a lot of them. And so far they're pretty hilarious. Did you win? I have no idea. I haven't seen it yet. You can stick it on after this. Marker coming in, running back out. Probably really bad. I mean, they're all really bad. That's what makes it funny, right? Nice sandbag action going on. Harv still frozen. More orcas. Isn't that the bunker noob you say? Yeah, both of these are pretty much textbook bunker noobs. Especially if you're going to wall it. That's some next level stuff. You know. Like the sandbags, like do they even take one shot of damage? Poor Blash, just his economy's crippled and Val can just keep producing at the moment. Like best case scenario, gets the Iron Cannon, snipes this, and then dies. I can try hold up here, but Val's eco should be better. Engaging out here is a little bit risky. Should use the APC to crush all these. APC gonna die. Down it goes. Minigunner should pick off the rocket men. It might be a bit close. Nah, there they go. Nice. Val still has her 4 orca. Speed season 1. Yeah, back on normal speed, baby. Let's get forward a little bit. Nothing happening. Val using her orca to snipe the harvesters of Bleh, who's actually got them out now. Once the harvester's dead, it's gonna be game. And uses the Iron Cannon. Nicely done. Down it goes. Bleh's got no money left. Val's got full reign of the field. It's GG.
Battle control terminated.
Val's GDI OP, as it turns out. Alright, let's have a look at your game, Aaron. It isn't your first game. Your first game is actually corrupted for whatever reason, which is weird. But I have your second game, which is what we'll have a look at. Versus CGM Done. Eye of the Storm. Didn't check the colors.
Battle control terminated.
So playing as the gold nod player. Also starting units, can't forget those. Nice feature, season 1. Spawning top right and bottom left of this map. Ideally, bottom left player wants to try and crawl and secure this. A lot of games here will always come down to this choke point. It's kind of awkward for top right because you kind of want to have ownership of this, but not let your harvesters get sniped either. Tricky. So Aaron going for a very standard build opener. Opponent going for 2 ref. Actually a relatively short game for this map. Quite a lot of the games ran on for a long time with both players being quite bunkery and not wanting to engage this. Let's skip forward a little bit, see what's happening. So we got an airstrip out from the opponent, an airstrip out from Aaron. Seeing a silo being used to crawl down and secure this tip field. Good advanced play. It wasn't correct, so I can throw it on next. Seeing Apaches coming up from the opponent, this spells trouble if he has Aaron scouted, but he doesn't yet. Can easily send a buggy in though to do it.
Moving out. Waiting orders.
This game should not be an absolute shit show. We'll see. We'll see. We'll check it out. I also have Med's game there too. I know he said he played a bunch of it on C&C Net. So it'll be interesting to see how their gameplay looks from day 1. RD out as well. So the opponent here using a light tank to scout instead of his buggy.
Affirmative. Moving out.
Aaron coming in with the bikes. Gonna do a drive-by shooting, coming in to snipe the construction yard, maybe?
On hold.
There he goes. Gets the yard, no sell. Want to get the power as well, nice. Eco's not looking the best. Almost mined out of this. Yeah, that's correct, Bullocks. Most of them, I think, haven't played it on C&C Net. Like again, you can kind of see from all these, the majority of these players are like top 50 at least, and you can tell from their first games they haven't played either on C&C Net or anything like that. Yeah, probably next. You're looking in a little bit of trouble here, Aaron. This is a scary force to deal with, especially coupled with an Apache. But he doesn't have power, so he's going to have a hard time trying to reinforce his army, so you should win. Maybe. Let's find out. Yeah, you're going to win. Actually, I think this guy's just gonna quit at this point. Especially if you get all the infantry. Down they go. It's gonna be GG. Nicely done. It was an admirable performance.
Battle control terminated.
Parappa. Ah, Tube Gardens. Usually the later someone does in this game, the better it looks. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like at the start, it was very much just a wild free-for-all. I just want to double check and see who Parappa actually faced here. One sec. I don't think his opponent was someone called Bashlor711. Let's have a look. So Parappa spawning on the bottom right has the advantage of being able to get refineries outside of his main starting area. Meanwhile, his opponent, starting as the gold GDI player, crawling backwards, not ideal on this map, but it is what it is. But yeah, Godspawn first game, lucky man. Pure luck. Has a nice crawl going on to get up to here. It's his first ref up. So you can easily get more refs here, right? Whereas these chokes, you can't do shit with it. You might be able to do a silo crawl over to here, but like, it's too exposed at that stage. Harvester AI, because the ref positioning is going to go for this tip instead of this, which is technically closer, and it's also going to trail all the way along here, the longest route possible. Such a shit map. Yeah. Like there's people have made attempts to try and rebalance this. The good thing I'll say about this map is it was useful for fending off APC engineer stuff. Just put a silo here or units to block it off. I do like that it's a low resource map. It kind of mixes it up a bit. It's kind of like nowhere to hide, that you've like such small little patches of TIV that you rely on. I think the TIV regrowth in Season 1 was also by default, like there was no option to change it, but I think it was only set to 1, whereas now it's 3. I would think that this would play quite differently with higher resource growth, especially with the TIV trees in all the starting areas. It would be interesting to see how that looks. And there is also the fact that Nod v Nod, whoever spawns on the right hand side, usually just wins because of the cargo plane delivery times. I'm seeing an advanced power plant from the opponent here and a guard tower. Meanwhile, we got Parappa getting at the whole perimeter. Got some anti-scouts in place. Got an airstrip. 2 ref.
Building.
Alrighty. A lot of infantry from the opponent. There's a war factory out. People played this map from 97 to 01. We're lucky they removed it a few months in. Yeah. Yeah. There was some interesting things that happened on this map. I think the funniest was seeing Kira walled in DK with guard towers at some point. This is pretty funny. 180s did some funky stuff with walls too. It was interesting. Parappa going for an artillery early on to help counter out all the infantry. A flame tank might be nice too. He has the comm center for it. Doing some more scouting, just getting a lay of the land. Meanwhile, no vision for this player. Did I hear walls? You sure did, AOD. It used to be a thing where players... it wasn't really a thing. A couple people did it, especially Kira did it in 1 or 2 games against DK, which was hilarious. Where if you spawned here, I think it's if you spawned like here and here or here and here or something, you just crawl out with walls and then wall them in here with guard towers. And we are seeing a stealth tank and an obelisk coming from Parappa. Kind of trolling at this point. Guess the thing that you could do is you could get 2 stealth tanks and block this choke entirely. Skip forward a little bit. SSM's coming up. Stealth tank on the move. I mean, this would be effective at crushing this stuff if it wasn't right next to the guard tower, because it would probably instantly die if it tries it and gets vision. I could try to pick this off, do some damage and sneak back out. That looked painful. Oh, don't crash. Why are you gonna crash at me like that? No. Alrighty then. Alt F4 it is. Let me just relaunch the game. Relaunching. I want to see those infantry die. They look painful. Rambo's right. When you see that game, you see the meta evolves. Yeah. I mean, it's changed a lot since then. So I think that's around the 7-8 minute mark-ish, right? I guess a little bit before it. 5-6 minute mark. Here it is. Oh, right. Yeah, shit, you can't see. Here we are. Wait for it. There it is. Okay. We're back. Here's the SSM. There it goes. Ouch. That's gotta hurt. SSM is gonna die here, but worth. Or not, if he's just gonna run away from it. Nice. Boom. Down she goes. You can see here, Parappa taking advantage of the god spawn. You didn't even know SSMs existed when you played the first game? Yeah, they're multiplayer only unit, right? Like they're not in any of the covert ops or single player missions. I think I read about them in the manual when I was a kid, but I never had an actual online game to be able to see it in action. Pretty good unit. The only thing GDI is missing is something long range. That and anti-air, but you know. Flame tank coming in, gonna wreck that guard tower. Or just ignore it entirely and take the war factory maybe. Not quite sure what Parappa is thinking here. Oh, the Apache to finish it off. That's beautiful. This is before the War Factory had the 30% health buff. You can kind of see why it needed it. Stealth tank gonna do some damage to the construction yard. Let's get forward a little bit. Parappa going in with his main army. The artillery doing enough damage to take out the inf. This can also outrange the guard tower, so that's not a problem. Yeah. Apache finishes off the construction yard. It's gonna be GG. I think that's an admirable performance from Parappa's first game.
Control terminated.
I think that's I think he'd be happy with that. So considering we're looking at C&C net players, let's check out Critical Med's game. It's not his very first game, it's his second game. Because again, the first one seems to be corrupted. But yeah, let's have a look. TDD Critical Meds against Audi 87. He's playing as the gold nod player. That's another one to add to the list, Crexus. That's interesting. Meds the right hand side, playing on Desert Sands. What is it? It's not Desert Sands. Yeah, Desert Sands? It is Desert Sands, right? Left hand side, Audi 87, opening with a power plant. Opening with a power plant from Meds, pretty standard build. Red Sands, that's it. Jesus. Yeah, Red Sands. Seeing a ref opener from Meds. Red Sands, Desert Sands, Tournament Sands. I don't know, man. They need better names. Matt's getting his light tanks in pretty early with a scout. This is a C&C net map as far as I know, so you might be familiar with it already. Two ref opener versus two ref.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Moving out.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Advanced power plant. Couple of flamers on the way. Gonna go for the power. Man, people just love targeting like advanced power plants instead of like con yards and stuff early on. Going to block the harvester, nice. Both players floating a lot of money right now. Airstrip is down. Seeing bikes coming in from critical mounts. Bike will finish off the medium tank. Third raft down. We do have 4 harvesters, suggesting he purchased one of them from a airstrip. Low power. Do I think it's a good idea to remove the units at the start? Yes. I think map vision is a very overpowered thing in this game, and that it shouldn't be instantly accessible to you. So you should have to actually spend some of your starting resources to invest in it. By just giving you units straight up from the start, like you can just immediately send it straight to your opponent and they've no chance to really anti-scout it, I guess. Yeah. So I'd say it's a good idea to remove it. Repair bay before any vehicles. Interesting. Mined out the tib field here, so the Eagle's going to take a bit of a hit. A lot of rocket men coming out, a lot of infantry being played. Flamers coming in useful. Pop go the Grands. Might be able to come in here and snipe a ref or a power plant. Selling his 2 refs here, no longer useful. This must have discouraged a lot of people in the beginning. I'm not quite sure what you mean about like the sniping and stuff with bikes, or having the scouts. I would say the thing that likely put a lot of people off this from the get-go was the limited map pool and 2v2 versus 3v3 stuff. I know Parappa's a big fan of those community games, and he's kind of the opinion that it would have made a huge impact to the player base. I think another thing that would have been useful is to actually have a built-in, you don't need a complicated tutorial, but like give 2 or 3 missions on knowledge that the players just won't have out the gate from the single player. Like, you don't learn stuff like having multiple production buildings increases your unit build speed by playing the campaign. Like, there's just no way for you to realistically know that unless the game teaches you it. And there's no missions where it really encourages you to do those build orders and figure those things out. So you end up with players jumping onto ladder, like building stuff like this, like a repair bay, and just kind of padding out their base with structures they'd normally build because in the campaign it works for them. But in multiplayer, it's just not going to work, right? So like a small 2 or 3 mission bonus, I don't know, like a covert ops type thing or something where it actually teaches you that having multiple production buildings is good. It teaches you, you know, the correlation between the cost of money versus build speed. Why when you build something like a helipad that it builds super fast, because you're paying for the structure and not the unit that comes with it. Like, there's all these kinds of things that aren't made clear to players even still today. Like, when they jump online, they don't understand why people build things the way they do, and what ends up happening is they just kind of copy those builds if they are interested in it and look it up without really understanding why. So a lot of that kind of information can be better explained to new players.
Battle control terminated.
But yeah, well played by Mounts. Yeah, we're seeing that as a pattern, Cano. Like a lot of players are basically switching their faction. Whatever they played in like round one, they're just not playing ever again. Or at least they don't main the faction, right? Let's see if one alias played as Nod in his first game. I'm really curious about this one. AOD random from day one, represent. Okay, so Alias actually did play GDI in his first game. It's good to see. Cool. So we got one Alias as the gold GDI player against Johnny. GDI mirror matchup on Nowhere to Hide. Such an awkward map for GDI. You've got shit access to Tib. There's not a lot of it. Best thing you can do is I don't know. Like it was so weird because like this is 2 Tib fields, but really it's only 1 ref worth. This is maybe a ref worth. Like these 2 together is maybe a whole ref worth. It's just messy. I've seen one alias go for a 1 ref build. Hey, hey, good to see you, Davey. Thanks for the subscription, man. Appreciate it. But yeah. So like today, as I said before, we're mostly just looking through some of the opening games of the remaster to see how some of the more well-established players originally opened. And just kind of how much the build orders have changed and how much better everyone's gotten. It's pretty funny. So one alias going for a War Factory before his Rex here. We got Johnny spamming out the minigunners. Let's skip forward a little bit, see what happens. I can see Johnny doesn't have much of a scout presence, whereas one alias is the majority of the map scouted at this point. In here is not so important once he knows where his opponent is.
Unit ready. Building.
Skip forward a little bit. Let's see War Factory on the field. We got 4 refs up. Now onto 5 refs. Not sure about this being placed right next to the Blossom Tree. Seeing some wall action. I know AOD would love that. And a sandbag just for good measure. Yeah, the walls are there, AOD. It's good shit. What else we got? We got a repair bay in action. One idea is maybe mixing in medium mammoth tanks. If not, just to use it for some small repairs. Has the medium tanks in and around his base. Seeing some orcas coming out now. This is quite a strong build for the first game of the season, I will say. Make me think that 180s has played a bunch on C&C net beforehand. A couple of rocket men here, but like the orcas more or less ignore them. Gonna go in for the kill, pull back a little bit. Is he gonna commit to it? He is. In come the orcas. Help take out the tanks. Using medium tanks, squish all the infantry, no problem. That's more or less going to be GG. Alias wins his first game. Let's see, 4 orca, 5-ish ref. Had one up here. This is the war factory. Nicely played.
Battle control
GG.
terminated.
Alright, Rambo, you still in here? If you're in here, let me know and I'll stick on your I can stick on your game. But in the meantime, let's go have a look at Love Handle's first game. Playing as Nod. Again, here we can see the faction switches happening once more. Let me look up quickly who he was against. Love Handle's playing as Nod in his first game is sickening is what it is. Looks like he was against King Rex 165. Playing on 4 corners. Of course it doesn't give the information in game. Let's have another look. He's playing as the gold Nod player. Alright, Love Handle, show us your Nod skills. Alright. Going for power plant and a Nod. Ref placement's going to be a bit awkward to try and get that back tip field. Meanwhile, his opponent is going for this tip field unintentionally. Yeah, here we see it's blocked off entirely. Oh, Love Handles. This is embarrassing. Oh, it hurts. Sells the ref. Ouch. Ripped. C&C net player, by the way, roasted. Yeah, that's oof. That hurts. Watching Love Handles play as the gold Nod here, Cano. Yeah, exactly. It's yeah, it's something. Just needs to commit to this attack and it's game over. Going for the power. Should probably watch some low-level games in Canyon Pursuit and see how many that didn't get out of their spawn. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's quite a common thing, right? Like, if you're not used to the maps, or even if you are used to the maps, you don't really appreciate the importance of building placement, or assume that there's going to be Tiberium nearby, like an instant deploy. It's just kind of what you're used to from the campaign. Granted, there are some missions where you do need to move halfway across the map, but like more often than not, you usually see players in the campaign instantly deploying their MCV so they can build as quickly as possible. That's gonna be GG. I would say nicely done, love handles, but that ref, yikes.
Battle control terminated.
That's a yikes from me, dog. Let's have a look at Stoney's first game. Actually against Uncle DJ of all people. It's interesting. 16-minute game on Green Acres. Stoney playing is not. DJ GDI. Alright, Stoney, show us what you got. DJ opting for the construction yard move. Yeah, this should be interesting. I have Uncle DJ's first game as well, so I might put that on next. Don't think it was the same game. Going straight for the ref. You see the same from Uncle DJ. Nice, nice. Seeing the racks come out from DJ. Looks like Stoney might be going for a straight airstrip now. This is AOD. The speed at which he sold that was impressive. Seeing the second ref and then Orca come up. It's a pretty early Orca. Against nods, a ballsy move. There's a strip from Stoney. Minigunner's not going to cut it on its own if he retargets it. Ah, he's going to lose it. Seeing 3 Orca come up from DJ. The second ref down for Stoney. 4 Orca.
Yes, sir.
What's the plan, DJ? What are you going to target? Go for the power?
Building.
Going for the construction yard. Don't need more than 4. Gonna cost Stoney a fortune to try to repair that. He is floating a lot of money though. 2.5k.
Cancelled. Building.
Still doesn't have a hand and on. A second round with these orcas should finish off the construction yard. It won't be fully repaired. If he sends them now.
Construction complete.
What are you waiting for, DJ? Oh, he's getting the 5th one. Fair enough. Nearly fully repaired.
Yes, sir.
Hand and nod in play now. There are some bikes in position. Will it be enough? It's enough to make him rethink his decision. He's going for the ref now instead.
On hold.
We'll take about 6
Cancel.
orca to take it down.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Starting with 4 orcas seems dangerous to you. Yeah, this is very, don't do this. Like, your opponent just needs to have anti-air and it wins. Like, because they can just steamroll you with infantry or whatever else. Like, you've got no money for anything else here. Like, he could literally run in with all this even and maybe be able to win. So long as the orcas don't attack his units. But yeah, rocket men, bikes, that's how you win against this. Long game though, so we'll see how it plays out. Skip forward a little bit. We're gonna see Stony has gone a little on the offensive with light tanks. DJ's down to 2 orcas. Has a war factory up, is able to produce tanks. Stony's still sitting on 2 ref, looks like a CY cell. Two engineers. Should be able to hold this. DJ has plenty of money. Engineers now coming in. Gets 1 ref. Gonna get the second with the harvester. There it is. This is going to cripple DJ's economy, right? He had no money anyway, now he's down to 1 harvester who has to long distance mine. Like, this is the furthest ref away from any tib. Should sell these though, Stony, come on. Don't let him recap it. These are very close. I'd say the reason it goes on for so long is because these harvesters are being ridiculous and harvesting up here instead of this. Whereas, you know, Uncle's 1 harvester only going that far. Also, like, still has this harvester here just casually mining. Does it the engineer though. In he goes. Gets his ref back. Nice. Skip forward a bit. Still putting on some aggression here. Down to 1 orca. What is this game? Managed to cap back both of his refineries. Not sure it was worth capping the second one. To be honest, he's already down a harvester. It would have cost more for the engineer than selling the ref. Could have just blown it up. Still building orca to help deal with the tanks. Seeing bikes come into play now to deal with the orca. Like, I don't know, tanks are a bad idea in this situation, I think. Focus on bikes. They can take out the buildings, tanks, orcas, whatever comes out. Seeing all the orca pads sold, could be able to build a few tanks out of it. Oh boy, seeing a repair bay come up. All DJ needs to do is sell his construction yard, spam out Grens and medium tanks, and he can roll this, I would say. But he's going on the offensive. Actually targeting the eco up here. Seeing an engineer coming out from Stony. He's actually building them. Likely to come in and try capture the ref. Once again. And it goes. Nice. Gets the harp too. DJ's army looking pretty scary right now. Going on the offensive. You got it, Rambo. Sells the ref. It's gonna be game. DJ wins.
Battle control terminated.
It was interesting to say the least. Rambolina. Let's have a look. Looks like your game is Green Acres. Rambo versus C Spectras. Playing as Nod. Top right, Green Acres. Looks like this is after they removed the starting units. 7, 8, 9 seconds before moving the MCV. Good start, good start. Oh, no, stopped it. There we go. 15 seconds gets the MCV deploy. Nice. Nice. Opponent, meanwhile, has a power plant and a ref. This is not looking good, Rambo. Shit happens, I guess. This is kind of risky. I don't know, maybe Z Spectre was used to the old method where you'd have starting tanks. Clearly on voice comms getting coached by DK. Yeah. It's like, move your MCV. Wait, don't. Wait, do. There's the ref up. War Factory coming up from the opponent. Pretty early. Not seeing any scouting from either player. Rambo has scouts out. Fair play zone.
Ready and waiting.
See Spectre's sending out his Humvee now.
Unit ready.
That's really good scouting
Building.
actually early on.
Construction complete. New construction options.
In come the Humvees. Got the airstrip, got a bike up. Getting the buggy out. Guessing the bike first is for scouting. Second ref. Opponent still going mass Humvee. Low power. Rip. There's a medium tank. Make better ref placement than his opponent, who only has one ref still. Gonna snipe the Humvee, no problem. Probably switch the bikes at this point just to deal with the meds. Repair bay out. Nice. Alrighty. Gonna come in. War Factory is 30% less health here, remember, so could snipe it with this. In she comes. Yep, there goes the War Factory. And the repair bay and the con yard, I guess. They gave up at this point. Yikes. GG. Nicely done, Rambo. I don't know.
Battle control terminated.
Not a lot else to say about that. Gave him like a 20-second head start and still won. Alright. Let's have a look at Uncle DJ's first game. Tip Gardens, 5th of June. So Groente versus Uncle DJ. DJ is the gold nod player. This is back with starting units. Yeah, I think Rambo started season 1 a bit later. Might have gotten some suggestions from DK in terms of build order stuff. Alright, DJ, show us what you got. Genius Harv going for these measly bits of tib. Is it even one tick work? Nope. Now it's going all the way out. Pathing is making it want to take this tib instead of this, so it's going to go the longest way possible around to it. God, I don't miss tib gardens. Same here. Harvester, instead of going for here, it's going for the tip here because the pathing indicates it's the nearest. Look at it, like go all the way up to here before it starts. Advanced power plant from Uncle DJ. Up to 2 ref versus 1. Forward War Factory. Interesting choice. Here's a second ref coming down. This Harv still long distance mining. TJ meanwhile has changed his. Nope, it's just the second one here using it. This one's still long distance mining, going all the way over here, realizing it can't cross this and going all the way out and around. Alright, the opponent making use of the God Spawn. 1, 2, 3 ref. Couple of medium tanks in the field. No Gren's out. DJ floating 2.5k right now, not producing. Comm center up for DJ, interesting. He hasn't scouted his opponent directly. He should be able to see the war factory and that there are tanks on the field. Gets a harvester. Now he's going for buggies. Shame. Advanced power plant, blocking the choke, so you only have this one tiny square to squeeze through. selling this ref in favor of a better positioned one. Light tanks coming in to do some damage. Gonna try cut them off. Uncle DJ in a bit of trouble here. Don't think he's gonna fend us off. South comm center. There's no units on the field at the moment besides these minigunners. Gets a light tank and an obelisk up. This wasn't the right move. Should have just attacked this and destroyed it. And both players still have their MCV. Hi, Kara. Yeah, Tip Gardens. Nice use of the God Spawn. DJ about to lose. It's so bad. Like, this is just throwing tanks as well. It's so bad even just watching the pathing. Like, the ref here had a harvester go all the way out here instead of here. The only reason it's good is because you like to wall in DK with guard towers, right? Which is pretty funny. But yeah, whoever spawns here usually just wins.
Battle control terminated.
But unlucky, DJ. At least you beat Stony. A living deer. You're up next. Actually plays as Nod in his first game. Against Brent Talon. The gold Nod player being a living deer. Versus Brent. Yeah, you said it in one Bolox. Like, frankly, it was fucked up. The games are much better now. Yeah. But, you know, it's important to reflect on these things. Living Deer opening up with 2 ref. This is at a point where no starting units, so maybe about halfway through the season. Two ref. Airstrip. Seeing 1 ref, airstrip. Light tanks. Again, season 1. This airstrip's going to get units first. Seeing Rocketmen. Recon bikes. Looks like his opponent's going to go for an early building snipe. Comm center's up too. And an obelisk. with a flame tank. Very defensive play. I can tell you now, the bikes can just run past here, take out the power, and this is useless. Can you see the obelisk? He can.
Affirmative.
Going straight for the Cano. Might get it. Gonna be kind of close. He's gonna get it. Nice. Sitting on 2 ref. This used to be an awkward ass thing to deal with. You'd want to try and position her, I guess, a ref here and then crawl around it and eventually make your way over to here. CY sell from his opponent, who's now floating 2.5k. This is gonna hurt if he manages to hold on. That's a hell of a range, wow. Ref's gone. I'm afraid Eli is not gonna win this one. He is making the best of what he can. It does look like he's pulling off a counterattack. That's a hell of a comeback. GG, I guess Live and Dare managed to pull it off. You got your
Battle
first win versus
control
Sai on that map?
terminated.
Nice. Cinna's first game is here. This ought to be interesting. Do I have a replay of Ganon? I don't have one. I can dig one up. One sec. I can. Where am I getting the replays? You can get them from the C&C community site, Rambo. I'll drop a link now. Basically, if you go to this, you can filter it on past seasons, and then if you go into a specific player, you can see all of their previous matches with a link to the replay for each one. If you can also, when you're in a specific player, search for an opponent, and you can get all the matches between those two players, which can be useful if you're trying to dig out that stuff. Hateful, I'll have a look at Gannon's game after this one. I have it downloaded. Yeah, let's check out Cinna, see how he did. Does it keep stats like win-loss per map? It tells you who won or lost the replay. It doesn't give you like your overall win-loss ratio on a specific map, if that's what you mean. Like, there's no way on the site that it calculates if you've won like 70% on Green Acres or something like that. It can be done, I believe, but it's just not something they've implemented. It does tell you your win-loss ratio per faction is about the closest thing it comes to it. Yeah, he got them through doing some, I imagine, Python scripting on the data from that site, basically. But it doesn't surface it by default. Alright, sitting in the top left. Dodgers black, bottom right. Yeah, I imagine what Crex did was manually parse every single replay that had a win/loss, and then use that to calculate based on what map it was to get a stats. Crack seems like he can do that. Yeah, he definitely can. For sure. So Sinnoh opening up, 1 ref, airstrip. Dodgers black selling his back ref here. Currently up to 4 halves, 1 ref. Hell of a commitment. Apparently his career win-loss on Monkey is 45-1. That seems impressive. Yeah, get good. Just win, it's easy. I mean, to be fair, the one loss he had probably wasn't to Fedoria, so he has that ahead of you. Guard tower. Three ref, 1 field. Oh well. I feel like you're get your nap on. Nice, Rambo. As soon as you're going up, Rambo, let me know. I can drop you a host. I have a few more replays, but I think I've covered most of the big players. After this game, I'll watch the Ganon, and then there are a few others that I can watch some other time, maybe. Yeah, eating breakfast, stream after. Sounds good. Nice. Nice. Cynic coming in with an attack. It's got some nice early crawl action going on, which is nice to see. You should cast it yourself, Rambo, when you stream. Show it off. Ah, nice, you did. Sweet. I think it was like 4 AM when you sent me that message on Discord last night. I was well asleep. I'll have a look at it off stream. Here come the orca. I'm in Ireland at the moment, Rambo. Rip orca. Cinna wins. GG.
Battle control terminated.
Okay, we can check out Ganon's next. That was requested by Hateful.
Return to base immediately. Great shot. Return to base immediately.
So ZX Ganon's first game against Major, playing as Nod on Tip Gardens. Goes on for only 4 minutes, 6th of June. So here we have ZX Ganon and his opponent. Right spawn versus bottom right. This is an okay spot. You can actually get tip fields, refineries out here. I'd say this is still better. Fair map, best map season 1, for sure. Uncontested. Yeah, I think anytime anyone lost on the bottom right spawn of this map, they felt a deep sense of shame and lack of self-respect. Kind of comes with the territory. Like, this is only on Tib Regrowth 1. Could you imagine this on Tib Regrowth 3? Like, by about 2-3 minutes, these tib fields will be joined. Imagine using right side nowhere to hide in tournament games. No one could do that, Kira. That's crazy talk. Madness. So watching ZX Ganon, he's playing as the gold knob player. It made all the difference in the world, Rambo. Like, if you have an airstrip here and an airstrip here and they both build at the same time, this gets it instantly, whereas like, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 seconds later, this got its unit. So you were a whole buggy 2, 3 ahead. Yeah, exactly. It was pretty bad. Yep. I mean, season 1 had it all, really. Like, you had starting units, you had normal slow speed, you had quality maps, you had APCs without a repair bay requirement, you had 30% less health on war factories, you had the cargo plane differential, you had force fire to shroud. I think that's everything, right? Looks like Ganon's gonna take this one. Yeah, for sure, Kira. Nice. GG, Ganon's gonna win. Nicely played.
Battle control terminated.
Yeah. Not so much, Rambo. I haven't looked at doing any of that channel point stuff. Probably should. Trude? Oh no. What is this? You can easily tell PZ is yellow because he can move his units while the opponent is lagging so hard and selecting. Oh shit, that's good. Nice, Kira. That's pretty funny. Yeah, it takes 10 seconds to add, for sure. I need to come up with good stuff for it, right? Seeing if I missed anyone who's in here in case they have replays. I'll tell you what, the last replay I'll watch for today is I'll dig up your replay War Machine. I know you wanted to see it. So I'll dig it up. It's Machine of War is what it's under, right? There it is. It's actually War Machine. Okay. First game, AOD Gaming. Nice. Alright. Is this really your first game on Electric Avenue? Yeah, I guess it is. Cool. Alright. Let's have a look, War Machine. And so season 2, very different. Rambo thought he'd never say it, but he misses Electric Avenue. I mean, I'd prefer it to Tournament Desert. Bad Rambo. Alright, I'm cool with that. In the meantime, Rambo, go start up your stream so I can host you after this game. So yeah, AOD opening up to ref. We're actually seeing proper-ish build orders with decent ref placement, which is good. Well, yeah, decent as in they're not they're not like directly clustered in the center of where they started. I mean, ideally this map you want the refs on the backfield. I think you don't want like a power plant and get refs here. Guessing you're building an airstrip? AOD going in hard with the Humvees. CDI on this map, I always like crawling towards the center and like getting Raxes right up in your opponent's face. This is interesting, going around all the way back to here. It's no harm, this is kind of far from the tip though. I forgot this was your first game. Sorry, War. Yeah, of course, it's your first game. This is gonna be rough. Yeah, crawling on the edge is the way to go for the tib. Alright, you held on here, War Machine. This is okay. Got him. I think you get the moral victory here, War Machine. Your first game, you managed to take out AOD's construction yard. AOD, who's been playing since day one, season 1. GG.
Battle control.
I hope that
terminated.
was sufficiently embarrassing for you, War Machine. Yeah, cool, Rambo. I'll wait for it. The less said about uploading wrong maps, the better. No worries, War Machine. They were, yeah, I don't know. Those season 1 games were a lot of fun to watch. Uh, the game's come a long way since then, and it's just kind of, it's sort of funny to see the origins of it, right? When players didn't know what they were doing, and there was a certain magic to it too. I think it's, on one hand, it's pretty funny to look back and be able to laugh at it. But it's also reassuring for the newer players to see it and realize, that you have to start somewhere, and it takes time and practice before you're able to play at a certain level. But definitely because players are in a much stronger position now, and the meta's kind of been more established, that it's easier to get better quicker, because you're playing against good strategies, and then you learn them and adopt them and everything else. So it's really cool to see. And more importantly, it's just fun to be able to hang out with the community and laugh about it, and all that kind of good stuff, which is always fun. And yeah, special shout out to all the subs today. It's appreciated, guys. It's never expected, for sure, but it all helps towards the supporting future streams and all that good stuff. So yeah, I think that's Darius Stonecrest, the Hateful Bait, who also gifted a sub as well to Crexus. War Machine's awesome, and thanks again to Hateful Bait for the biddies, and also for the raid earlier today from Dirty Renard to start the stream. It was pretty cool. But yeah, another news, that's pretty good timing from Nightbot. It's pretty useful. So the Groundhog Brawl number 4 is taking place on the 14th of November. Tiberian Dawn is the game of choice, obviously. But yeah, all player levels are welcome. First prize is 15 quid, I think. Second place is 10, and a random player on the day will get 5 quid. Again, it's mostly the tournament, not the tournament maps, the ladder maps that are being used for it, as well as some of the older maps, including Electric Avenue and Canyon Pursuit. 14th of November is the date. If you can make it, great. If not, no stress. It's at 10 a.m. GMT, so whatever that works out at. The idea of it being earlier was primarily to be able to give the Aussies a chance to play at a non-ridiculous hour, or at least slightly less painful one. So hopefully it doesn't work out too painful for any Americans who can help out. So hopefully we'll see them there. But yeah, the link's there in the chat. Feel free to click it, sign up to it, share it, and all that good stuff. Yeah. In the meantime, be sure to enjoy the rest of your week. I'll wait for Rambo to come online if he's already cool. I'll drop him a raid. He's one of the top, we'll say top 10 players. He's pretty in flux at the moment. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. It's always a pleasure. Take it easy.